featuring, as ever, my co-host. He's got a bit of a sore throat at the minute, so he's not going to be doing a lot of talking. I do apologise for not streaming last week, not doing basically my Christmas special last week. Somebody thought that Thursday was a Wednesday. We recently just had, in fact, just earlier today, had patch 5.18. Nothing that affects me directly. It's almost all PvP. Couple of adjustments along there. So yeah, nothing that particularly affects SMOL at this moment in time. Also, I've worked out that the backdrop you get when logging in is based on which city you were in when you logged out. And based on that, obviously I was in Limsa. Oh, it's actually snowing in Limsa. That is actually quite rare. Also, Glamours bought the skirts to go with the spring dress, so SMOL has a nice dress for parties. See what I'm currently using. What I was using, but bought the bottoms to go with that. It was a nice level 1 glamour. My paladin one, because I got gladiator up to 30 now. This is what it's supposed to look like, but swap that out for the little crown that she's wearing, because white mage. Did a little bit of adjusting here and there on that one. You gotta keep the hat though. The robe. Obviously we have our Dark Knight there. Yeah, managed to have a run of Revel yesterday. Screwed up only once. Still got a commendation out of it, and I got both the chest and the arms out of it. You got the chest from the boss. Also, the Revel set always seems to have these arm tattoos, which are pretty cool. When I first did it, I got the ring, bracelet, and the earrings, which have been upgraded to the Nabath ones. Paladin's actually at 32. So I'm only missing 1, 2, 3, well, 2 base classes and 1, 2, technically 3 via upgrade. Because Archer, well, 5 technically. The Archer and Pugilist go into Bard and Monk respectively. Did I pick up any new? Yeah, I've got a couple of new achievements and titles and whatnot. Nothing massive. Like Halloween, the event is taking place. Christmas event is taking place in Gridania. When you can log in. Must have logged in before me. But when I logged in yesterday, they stayed in one place in Limsa and then logged out. AFK'd. Basically, for the event, they tell you where it's being held, which is Miketo's Amphitheatre in Old Gridania. But they've got snowfalls and everything. You come here and you speak to her. You go off and do a couple of quests, and then you have. I mean, once you complete it, you actually get an encore. But your choice is easier or harder. In this case, it's an encore. This one is the easier one, gets you 2. That one gets you 3, which is and it's harder. Now I've already got exactly what I wanted. Basically, it's a rhythm game. It's pretty simple. That's the one you get to do the story for it. Let's see what Starlight Starbright is. This is the first one I've done the encore. Never been able to get. I didn't get all of them last time. Blue is press it when it's doing the thing. Yellowy green is press it until it disappears. Damn it. It's the first time I've done this one. Not pictured, but there's a red one, which is like the press and hold notes from Guitar Hero. I cleared it at least. But that was rough. And you receive your reward from here. I'll just show you what the Chocobo one was, if it does it properly. No, less properly, but if it does it the way it did in the story. Probably should have dressed up for it, but oh well. Yes, it is. It's doing it the way I do the thing. We actually have a Chocobo. Hey, 100%ed it. Yay!
I was literally thinking that this bug, something I found out. I know you can nick people's inventories. It's 200 meters away, so you don't even know they're there. Takes everything, even the Pip-Boy.
Lovely.
So yeah, if you play in 76, just don't.
That puts a dampener on your make a cannibal cult thing. Yeah, once you get your certificates, you can turn them over at the Starlight Supplier. The only thing I wanted was the Saintly Barding, which basically turns your Chocobo into Santa. Do it one more time, I can get the Orchestrum roll. Or the Starlight Gobu Wreath. But, meh. I also did a little bit of spring cleaning on my inventory as well. Do that. What's this? I now have Yulmore as a teleportation location. What's happened here? Basically, I've done, from messages that I was as far as taking down the Light Warden in Ilmeg. Did that. I did Raktika Greatwood, which is not Gridania. That's also where Revel, the Kitana Revel is. It's also where the Light Warden is. Did that. Did Armoreng. Which left a single Light Warden. We found out from story that this Light Warden was actually not only in Kalusia, but was actually in Yulmore. Which seems very dangerous, despite Valkyrie's vaunted claims of having command over Sin Eaters. That seems like a very, very dangerous thing, doesn't it? You know, putting a Light Warden into a city, into your paradise city. And unfortunately, folks, the grass is green and not all the girls are pretty. Yes, I did make a Guns N' Roses reference. What are you expecting from me? To not make references? That was not a rhetorical question. Yeah. We find out what this meal stuff, these bread rolls that have been handed out are. Turns out there's a bit of Sin Eater flesh in every one of them. Which has allowed Volfrey to mind control people. Lovely, huh? If this is what I think, the one I think it is, this will show you where we're up to. Yep. I fight it my way all the way up to his room, his chambers. chonky one himself. Hello, Lord. Merry Christmas Eve to you too.
Your reign of tyranny is at an end. For too long you have preyed upon the desperation of the poor. Now you will answer for the suffering you have caused.
It's actually quite a nice
And
mountain
if you
range in the
harbour
background,
even a
isn't
shred
it?
of remorse, I beseech you to use your powers to redress the balance. For the future of all in Norvrent.
No, it can't be.
Wait a minute.
This is wrong.
She looks like
It's
Minfilia,
wrong.
but she's not named Minfilia. Yeah, the last time we saw her was Minfilia. Because me and her actually met with Oracle of Light Minfilia, who bestowed on her the last of her powers, and they, which changed her hair and eyes, but also everybody decided she should have a new name now that she's in control of her own fate and her own life. And Thancred offered up the name Reen, which is Fae for the precious. It surprised Urianger because Thancred actually proved he was awake during the various lectures on Fae culture and language.
The Warden, it's not just a Sin Eater, it's a man.
Because she now has Oracle Minfilia's ability to sense the locations of Light Wardens. And wait a minute, if it's not just a Sin Eater, but a man, then that means... Considering he's like 10 foot tall and so obese that it would kill anybody else, and
for the future of all. What nonsense is this?
a human neck cannot turn 180 degrees, can it? You know, not without snapping something that shouldn't be snapped.
There is no justice but mine.
Yeah.
No future but mine. No will
You've probably
but
figured it out.
mine.
Vorfrey is the Light Warden. He was exposed as
It
a
is
baby in the womb to the
I was
baleful
born
light
to
of a Light
deliver
Warden.
this wretched world.
And he was raised with a massive god complex. Which explains why he has control over Sin Eaters, like a Light Warden, and why he thinks he's God.
Me? Unseated? No, 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 no. It's impossible. Inconceivable. Absurd. I am a great and wise king. Greatest and wisest. I reign from on high.
Guess whose plot it was to ensure he was exposed to this Light Warden energy? The Ascians. Because of course it's the frickin' Ascians. And I believe it was actually
I will not
Emmett
be
Self.
brought low by maggots like you.
Emmett Self is better known as Solus Zos Galvus. In other words, the original Emperor of Garlemald, in his most recent guise.
Oh,
He was also
yes.
one of the emperors of the Allagan
Begin
Empire.
again. Rebuild my paradise once I finish my dinner.
Quite the mercurial temperament.
Oh God, no. Stop him! Thancred, stop him!
Thancred at the minute he's a gunbreaker. Also, you recall what I said about what happens every time I kill a White Warden? What happens to my soul? That's starting to catch up to me. It's been very painful. And yes, he does. Unfortunately, unlike Fist of the North Star villains, he's nowhere near as cool.
Where did he go?
It's a big central mountain there. Well, I say central, it's just off to the left. That is a reference to Final Fantasy IX, Mount Gulag. This is where the gate to Terra and Memoria, because that was where the Lifer Tree was. It's where the gateway to Terra was.
What in the heavens?
Yes. Through his power as a Light Warden, he has literally lifted an entire mountain off the ground.
Did Vorthri do that?
It's like, yeah, shit, isn't it? How the fuck are we going to get up there? We're going to have to steal a Yulmoran airship.
Wait. That is Mount Gulg, the highest peak in Calusia. It lies on the other side of a sheer cliff, and much as I wish it were otherwise, it is beyond our reach for now. But even if it weren't...
There are people who need help.
Oh, Alphen.
Please, even if it's only to tend to their wounds.
Basically, all the citizenry, the guard, etc., we avoided killing them despite beating the ever-loving shit out of them. Except for 3. The Jesters, if you recall them, and Ranjit, the old man monk general who the last couple of times I encountered him kicked my ass. It's almost like he's asking me for permission. It's like, you don't need SMOL's permission to do the help, do you?
Thank you.
I don't know if it will work, but if Vorthri's hold over the people is rooted in light, I might be able to reverse its effects.
I think it would be fitting for if it was a holiday season. Because, you know, it is the Christmas time. It's when along with Valentine's Day, where a lot of plushies get sold, particularly teddy bears. And we all know how much I like my teddy bears.
Will you let me try?
Of course.
Well then.
That was basically the gist of that cutscene. This is the particular scene I think it is. anybody's actually seen what happens when I kill a Light Warden on stream yet.
Don't get me wrong, I'm glad those travelers... But when Urianger told me that...
What indeed? Looking at this mess, though.
You can say that again. What the... Are you seeing this?
The light has been dispelled and you got the nightless sky back. That's what happens when you kill a Light Warden.
The sky. It's...
In that general area. So killing Titania in Ilmeg brought it back to Ilmeg. Doing so in Lakeland brought it back to Lakeland, etc., etc. Of course, this is now running off. It's running off of the game's clock, so they'll be talking like it's a night sky, even though it's broad daylight.
We'll save this broken well.
Yeah. Okay. So. It only it doesn't show me the particular scene with Stoller, so we'll have to only get the one where it happens very soon after. When I'm in my room and it showed up again, Mr. Ghost. The actual warrior of light/darkness from
sometimes the dead would rather not be disturbed.
Bear in mind, at this point we've killed 4 Light Wardens.
I see.
The light, their aether
has
not actually been dispersed at all. In actuality, it's been absorbed into me, so my soul is absolutely suffused with light. Yet I haven't become a Sin Eater or a Light Warden or anything.
Purgatory shall forever.
Yeah, this basically is what happens. And it is incredibly painful. Hear that cracking sound? That's my soul.
Are you alright?
Literally my soul cracking because of all this power. All this light absorbed into me. Unfortunately, because it doesn't show you the discussion with Stoller prior to that, you don't get to don't get the fun bit.
Got this the other day.
Huh, shiny Skarmory. He's all bronze rather than silver. So technically, that means shiny Skarmory is weaker than regular Skarmory, or rather, less valuable. Then again, regular Skarmory is silvery because he's steel. Well, he's supposed to be made of steel. Which means he's definitely harder than shiny Skarmory, who's made of bronze, because bronze is weaker than steel. As we know. Yeah, I'm most of the way up as well to my next level. But, yeah, effectively, when we talk to Stoller, we're presented with 3 options on what to say. And if you say the more sarcastic one, which I went for because it's absolutely hilarious, you say, "Yes, mother," to her. It is honestly hilarious. Should be around about Saturday. The 3 options are when she tells you to go and get some rest, and they'll call on you when they need you. The options are: understood, I'm fine, let me help, or yes, mother. And the response from Stoller to the third one is great. Because the exact conversation is, "I will discuss strategy with the others and see that everything is made ready for our departure. You are to return to your chambers and rest until then. Understood?" And obviously the response, "Yes, mother." The response was Stoller giving a soft smile and then saying, "Ha! None of that cheek, or I will take you across my knee." That has 2 meanings. Giggity. Right, now. There it is. But yeah, once you kick Volfrey out of Yulmore, and he goes and gets his floating mountain, you can attune to the Aetheryte once you finish the quest. Start at the bottom, work my way up. And the derelicts. Presumably this is where I get the Ronkin gear or something from when I finish Shadowbringers. Yeah, just to prove it's not just in a cutscene. You can see the floating mountain. Because Volfrey believes he can do no wrong. Southeast derelicts. Despite being outside, this is still part of Yulmore, the city, so I can't use my mount. And I adjusted my hotbar to bring Fan Dance 3 and Saber Dance to the front, so Sprint and Peloton are now at the back, along with with auto attack. To the understory, which is the lower of the 3 floors. Walk to the front gate. Yeah, you fight the 2 jesters here. You head up to the area with the Aetheryte itself. It's where you fight Rajit. And rather than walk off after you kick his ass... Oh, seems like I could have just walked to the army HQ. No. Rather than walk away like when you kick his ass like every other time, or rather he kicks your ass. Instead, you fight him to the death. Ah, it's the 2 from earlier. The attendant I saved from falling to his death, and the lady he serves. And then for all citizens in the canopy. Wish I had some much stronger spinny discs, because then I could glamour them to look like the Titan Bronze ones, which are basically almost literally circular saws with retractable saw blades. He's the one whose servant was the songstress. That's that. For script exchange, which is to do with the various, what do you call it, crafting and gathering stuff.
You're going to be all right.
I think that's the last of them.
We've done all we can for the wounded. As for the rest...
Hey, our patrons are still fine.
Aren't you Elfin? What in the world is going on?
Let me handle this. Citizens of Yulmore, what I'm about to tell you will come as a shock. Indeed, you may be loath to believe it, but if you trust the evidence of your senses, it is my hope that you will listen and accept the truth, unpalatable though it may be. Vorthree is a sin-eater. Everything he offered, everything he promised, was a lie.
We're still only one step away from saving the world.
They're not taking it well.
Are you saying we were Vorthree's puppets all this time?
When you attacked us, you were not yourselves. That much is true. But your conduct prior to that moment was your own. Vorthree's unnatural charisma does not absolve you of all responsibility. Of your own free will, you came to this city and gave yourselves over to its pleasures. And in the course of this, if you mistreated those less fortunate than you, it is not for me to judge you, but for your victims, for history, for your conscience. You have dreamed a twisted dream. You may yet share this world of ours. Join with us, and... We've lost so many already. We dare not lose any more. I have said my piece. There is nothing more to be done here. Let us go after Vorthree.
Is there anything we can... You risked your lives to bring us to our senses, and I, for one, hope to repay that debt. Begin anew, as you said.
Vorthree has fled to Mount Gulg, and we mean to pursue him. Do any of you know the way?
The only way to Mount Gulg is over the Bright Cliff. Have you an airship?
We will contemplate flight only as a last resort. Were we to come under attack whilst airborne, we would have little hope of defending ourselves. If at all possible, we would prefer to travel by land. Is there a way?
Well, the ladder is the only way up and down the cliff, but it hasn't moved in a long time. In the old days, it was operated by the mining folk who lived at the top. But after the flood, it saw less and less use, and when Lord Vorthree took control, it was abandoned altogether.
So we somehow need to get the ladder working again.
It moves by means of a Talos, if that's any help. But good luck repairing that.
Oh, hey, what we did back in Armoreng.
Talos? Did someone say Talos? You know all about them, don't you, dearest? If anyone can get this lift moving, it's you.
Well, perhaps. But see here.
Oh, yes. If you want the golem restored, you may leave it to my husband. For he happens to be the heir to Daedalus Stoneworks, foremost makers of Talos, whose contracts include the renowned mining venture of Armoreng.
Well, it's been years and years since I...
You can't.
No, that's not what I... It's just... All right.
Into a corner.
I will take a look at the Talos. But beyond that, I make no promises. Those with strong backs, come with me. I'll need help dragging the damn thing out of the storehouse.
Well done, brother.
He really is a doofus, but he's definitely our doofus, isn't he?
Come, my friend. We have work to do.
Okay, we've hit our next wall. We need to be level 78, which will give us our next role quest as well. While the well, like as well, will give us the most experience, the boss in there is a pain in the ass. Of course, I still want more of the Revel set. It's just neighbours doing neighbour stuff. This guy's obviously an Atlas fan. SMT, Shin Megami Tensei, Demi-themed, Hito Shura, the player character of SMT 3, also known as Nocturne, or Lucifer's Call. Cathedral of Shadows is where you fuse demons into new demons, much like you do with Personas in the Velvet Room in the Persona games. Also by Atlas. Well, may as well pick up a side quest and run it whilst we're waiting. Plus the Revel is quite a nice one anyway. I'm just going to pay attention to my position and the first boss. Pay attention to the ground for the second boss. Then it's pretty straightforward on the last boss. On the Light Warden itself. Choke up.
That's mild compared to how it's been the last week or two. When I was cycling back yesterday, obviously this wasn't really. You only cough that hard that you kind of like, you start to black out and stuff, like lose consciousness of it.
Kinda.
I was doing that while cycling. Honestly, how I stayed upright, I don't know. Because one minute I'm there, start coughing really badly. Next thing I know, I'm like 400 meters further on than I thought I was, and I'm still going somehow.
Huh.
I don't know how I did that.
Divine providence.
Although I get that tired at work, I'm driving these like electric pallet truck, not really forklifts, but somewhere in between. And I get that tired that I don't really realise what I'm doing. It's just entirely, I want to say like, basically I do something but I don't realise I've done it, so next thing I know there's just stuff's been done and apparently I did it.
Always the way. Tiny wind up cinnamon roll. Cinnamon.
Doesn't sound very tasty. Put your teeth on your guineas.
You know that Cyrena's name is actually close to cinnamon roll anyway? Cyrena Mol, cinnamon roll.
Yeah.
It's almost fate, isn't it?
Nah, Final Fantasy, not fate. If this is fate, where are the traps?
There have been enough of them. I mean, Alice has been mistaken for Alphino enough times and vice versa. Such as the first time I encountered the Warriors of Darkness. They thought that Alphino was Alice, so technically trap, because they are twins. Not even 6 mil we need. $5,750,000. You know, I love the Titanic references. Right. This quest was My Heart Will Not Go On. This one is near, far, wherever you are. So, Celine Dion. But you never thought you'd see Celine Dion references in this, did you? Aetherite Shard. Path to Glory, Collusion. So we'll put us out in the shanty town. aka Gate Town. Him. Oh, can't even jump over 2 barrels. Oh. Sad small noises. There's nobody else in the shantytown. Always do the help because small. We found the gentleman we were looking for. Okay, no. Not high enough to get up somewhere. Technically, this is an estuary. Do you know what makes an estuary an estuary? It's the plot of land that forms in the mouth of a river where it meets the sea.
Okay.
It's less the land, it's more basically the mouth of a river where it meets the sea. It usually gets mud and sand deposited in there as a direct result. Because that is where a river was meeting the seafront, it is technically an estuary. You always learn things around me. Whether or not you remember them is a different matter. We're halfway through the average wait time and the numbers haven't changed. Still short a tank, a healer and a DPS. I sort of feel like we should finish unlocking all the the aether currents and whatnot for the Azim step. Teleporting. This was a pain to get to this aether, right? I ended up climbing and effectively exploiting mixture of physics and the game's engine to allow me to climb all the way up Doro Islo. Plus, we both know just how much I love the Azim step, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Doro Islo is one of the best places to see the landscape from as well. If you're going to cough up a lung, at least do it quietly or in the corner. 3 to quest and 1, 2, 3, and the rest are search. I'll start with the Dorfar to the southwest. When steps, why am I using my bike when I should be using a horsey? Much more fitting. Wouldn't you agree? While I doubt that the steppe stretches for hundreds of miles, at least the area that you can go to as a player, I would presume it stretches on far enough that there are that if it was more explorable, you'd meet other Zayla tribes, because you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in this area, and there's something like 72 tribes. And it pops while we're on horseback. First two enemy types. Well, 2 of them. Can be annoying. Romping Dreamer. You only have this one, 2 save spots in the entire map. Well, the entire area of the map. Same with the had, it altered it. I've never done that, because this was one of the safe spots, the side I was on, but then they changed it, and it's on the other side. Never done that. Wrong option. This is a lot of enemies. They're all Ronkin automata. Standing there. Ow, that hurt. And I tanked it. And they're coming after me. This is fine. I can manage this. The tank decided to respawn instead. There's the other Ronkin Dreamer. The thing is, these aren't even bosses, or real bosses. Our healer is a potato, our black mage is an Aldra, and our tank is a Vera. Ow. Wrong side. Lesson learned. Oh, God. Couldn't fire it off again. Now we come to the first boss. The golem. From what I can gather, the move that kept screwing me up covers this side of the field. For our healer. Depends on the statue that's glowing. effort. Glowing. When I did it yesterday, it was only the one on the right that kept glowing. It must be random each time. Random whenever me or my dance partner land attacks. Ow. But it was 3 in a row. Impressive. Holy! That nearly killed me. Wait for the limit break. And again, our healer went down, so. Buff going while we wait for but you can definitely see why I like this dungeon. Like I said, this is only my 3rd time here. First time I only got accessories of aiming.
I just can't focus on games. Like, all the time I've been around, I've only ever found one game that I can actually focus on.
Minecraft?
Yes. Because there's no overarching plot or story that you need to do whatever you want.
For the most part here, you don't have to follow the story. At least until the point where you're no longer getting anything out of just pissing about killing things. You can pick up crafting classes, and yes, there's a bit of a story to them, but at the same time, it's not like game's overall story.
Can I build a water scout from armor?
No. No, but you can skin said llama and turn its pelt into leather pants.
That's useful.
You can also turn small dragons into leather pants. Already got the bracelets of aiming. Ooh, sash of aiming. Need. cycling steps to finish me on to the left. Technical step doesn't, and standard step don't actually raise your skill speed, unlike how I thought. They just raise damage by a maximum of 5%. Technical step can do it for party for 20 seconds, while standard step is 60 seconds on you and your data partner. Plenty of time before the boss. Not me, not small. No. Let's just stop attacking small now. That one before I died. And there you go. You're gonna be dead. Oh, the joys of having like 5 cups of coffee in a day. Some toast on for me, please. You know where the bread thing is. So. Well, that resource I've got to build back up. Alright, didn't close the door. But also, since I've got the belt, may as well add it. this boss is a pain. Backswatch. You'll see why. I generally basically butter one, basically making it toast.
Okay.
Butter's in the fridge. This is the one where you have to watch the floor.
I've never seen anyone butter toast that way. I don't know if it's sometimes myself. It's alright.
Yeah. Somewhat thick layer. It basically butters both sides. Ow. Only just survived. I don't know. He does that 2 to 3 times, depending on how long it takes you. But, ow! Lucky my shield sander will protect me. Right at the end.
At least it's dead.
Mm-hmm. Aiming trousers. Now I just need boots, head, and I don't think there's a weapon, but if there is, weapon. probably noticed we're up to sin eaters rather than Ronk and Automata and other animals. Tells you that we're almost at the whiteboard. Apparently I was still inside that explosive radius. Yes, there's even gorilla like sin eaters. We're almost at the light warden as well. They're still playing with Doggo if you smack them in the mouth with spinny disc and do, right?
Probably.
What if they're Devil Angel Doggos? Does that still count? Yeah. Oh, good.
Then I want to pay with these. But the other gun is 63.
Oh, on a similar note, I don't know if the sales ended yet, but the that streaming kit we were looking at from the Bandai store was down to €130 from 180. So about 115 quid. Somewhere between 100 and 115 quid. Not bad, huh? Castapoli is a stun for a few seconds. It's an AoE as well. Nasty level. It's either level 45 or 50 to get it. As a white mage. And the only class to get it as well. But having an AoE stun, even if it takes a couple of seconds to cast and it's cast from you directly, you'd have to be in harm's way. It's actually surprisingly useful. Almost leveled up as well. Revel Rapier and Joker Slay. You want to know what the Light Warden here is?
No.
It's a Cerberus. By the name of Eros. As in the angel/deity of blues. along here you want to stick to the sides. He's going to do this. Tells you a lot. If you want to be at the sides, so you avoid being in the poison. But you know, it makes sense. I keep forgetting what he does. That's gonna hurt. Found out in heaven. In other words, bat out of hell. Oh, this is... That's nasty. It's almost impossible to avoid it. Look, he's doing it along each corner. Oh, yes! I avoided it! How was that for positioning, huh? Both me and the healer went down. 24%. I don't think we're going to win this one. Thing, right? On advanced treats you as being on the ground when you use it, even if you're in mid-air. So it's supposed to, from what I can gather, it's a good way to avoid fall damage if you time it right. Like using it as soon as you're airborne. When you have charges left of it. Use arm's length on him, but because he's a boss, he's generally immune to being slow at this point in the game. Oh wow, that was a crit! 57k! Okay, so stacking up doesn't work against that. Good to know. Ow! Good for me with that one. This is going to be a rough one. Just about here. Poison still hits you if you're the one targeted by it. You drag it to the side and throw it away. Effective buff, free some out of it. Level up. Ha! He dropped, the boss dropped Ravel Keeper's headband of aiming directly. Oh, I didn't get the handgun. I don't want the ring. Yeah, talk about ugly Cerberus. Oh, no comms. Oh well. Put the light on. Because he knows how dark the camera is.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Well, this is December after all. Oh wow, my gear does need a wee bit of repairing.
What does that switch do in your roof? Noticed it.
I don't actually, and that's not the roof, that's the ceiling. I don't actually know. I think it's something to do with a secondary cut-off for the fuse box or something.
Yeah.
Even though the fuse box is over in the cupboard under the stairs.
So you've got a switch that you're not entirely sure what it does.
Basically.
So you can't be certain that it doesn't set off nukes in China.
Pretty sure.
What about Argentina?
Pretty sure. That's a nice hairband. Too bad the feathers are mostly wrapped up in my ponytail.
Yeah.
I'll equip it we get back into a proper area, like an actual city, so I can deal with glamours.
What about chemical weapons in Yugoslavia? Did you see that?
Nope.
Probably because there's no Yugoslavia anymore.
No.
It's the name of the country I remembered.
Well, it doesn't exist. We've discussed this before.
It's still there, but it's called something different.
Yeah. The area itself is part of former... part of Croatia and whatnot. Okay, yeah, that's fixed.
Well, I'm sure it's still going to be there.
The thing is, right, I picked my plug up out of the thing on Friday.
Yeah.
And that section just basically snapped off.
Do you ever have a reason to separate them?
No.
Glue them together then.
Problem is, it's all that bit, which is the bit that broke off.
That's just a standard figure 8 cable.
Yeah.
It looks it.
But none of the plug housing meshes to that.
Around the outside?
No, because if you look, again, it's all that.
Find a bored university engineering department and make a better one yourself.
There are ways around it.
That don't involve finding bored engineers.
No. Yes, it's coffee time again. There's also a gear mender here in Dothalkar. Which is obviously the home of the Dothal.
The reason I show you that is because I can only think of one thing before we get that.
Which is?
9/11. Seriously, whenever I see two things that remotely resemble towers next to each other, I can automatically think 9/11. What do I think about? You know me when it comes to people jokes that people say
are in poor taste.
Yes. That's what, to me, that makes them better.
Well, kettle's boiled, if you would.
Okay.
Whilst I am doing the travelling on foot, because we get to hear the beautiful music. And you've got to admit, this is a very beautiful music. Drowning in the horizon. The outside of that. Shame. The red book. His name is Max.
I think you told me before.
In case I haven't.
Yeah, I don't think you told the stream.
Yes, I named my teddy bears.
Of course you do. It's the done thing.
Yes. It shows how important to me they are.
Which is the accepted convention.
Mm-hmm. My teddy bears are very important.
Mm-hmm.
Because they are teddy bears.
Yes.
They're the friendo that is with you for all time. They do not judge, and they protect. Well, that hurt. 47k, just by jumping like 40 meters.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Considering I can jump off the top and be left with 1 HP, and I'm at nearly 70,000 health. I'm at 70,000 now. See if we can apply glamours here. Nope. It's only in proper towns. The quest 40 years and counting. I think. Yes. Has its own music that isn't drowning it in the horizon. It's perfectly fine to use a mount. Yes, they milk the sheep for milk rather than cattle. To be fair, sheep can be much more hardy than cattle. That's why sheep exist in most lands in the world. There's nothing wrong with sheep, is there?
Nope. These are the animals for different things. That reminds me of a story. I need to remember to. Basically, in America, pre-contact, so pre-Spanish invasion and all that good stuff.
Portugal, technically, and they weren't even the first.
Yeah.
There is evidence that Vikings from Greenland and Iceland made it there first. Everywhere. Yeah. And they used sheep more than cows as well, because sheep wool.
Smaller, easier to transport, get more or less the same stuff out of them.
Yeah. Plus the wool is useful and it grows back.
Yeah, that was it. Basically, in part of America before the old Portuguese or whatever.
Before the colonisation.
Yep. There was a breed of dog called the Salish wool dog. They didn't have sheep or any other animals of that sort in the area. There's not really a picture of them, I don't think. They didn't really have like any sheep or anything, so they just bred a specific species of dog to get wool out of.
Fair enough.
Very good. Fucking idiots.
Environmental conservationism taken to logical extremes.
Yep.
I mean, I'm all for being environmentally conscious, but wait until the technology catches up first. Ow, that hurt!
Yeah. I don't care how environmentally friendly your new electric eco-police car is. If it can't catch up to 3 knife-wielding chavs in a stolen Saxo, what good is it?
Who's to say that they're in stolen Saxo? Who's to say it isn't criminals on foot?
It's just the first slightly shit car I could think of.
Yeah, Citroen Saxo isn't that bad.
It's not the worst car.
Oh no, far from it. Yes, just very basic. If you want a proper basic car, Fiat are very good for it.
Yeah. They're French, aren't they?
Italian.
My
Fiat,
knowledge of the world, people.
Fiat actually own a lot of different car companies anyway.
See, I have very little interest in the real world because, well...
Seriously, go to Google.
Okay.
Well, technically Wikipedia.
Internet.
Yeah.
Italy.
Fiat. F-I-A-T.
Okay.
You don't... So...
What other keywords do you want in there?
Read.
Oh, it's an acronym.
Yeah. Fiat SPA these days.
I thought it was just an Italian word.
It was generally a word, just a word anyway, but it's not.
I know it's a kind of money, like a financial concept or something.
Yeah.
Fiat money.
But Fiat SPA is the conglomerate. Fiat own actually several supercar companies, amongst others. And yet their own model cars are generally entry tier, vaguely average motors. There is the missing sheep. I must dart gun it. I don't think I hit it.
So you've gone from slay a dragon god to hunt a small to dart gun a sheep.
Yeah, recovering the sheep. But it's for one of them all. You know, the tribe that do love me.
I was about to say, can you eat it though? And sheep, mutton and lamb are very much a thing, and you actually taste pretty good.
Plus, this is less about eating the sheep, more about bringing it back to its flock.
Where it will then be eaten.
Maybe.
What else do you do with a sheep? You keep it for wool, and when it's not good for that anymore, you eat it. Or trade it off to someone else who will then eat it. That's what they're for.
Yeah. But don't forget, the mole tribe really do like me. So this is not about just steals a sheep and eat it whilst nobody's looking.
I don't think you were stealing the sheep. Bring it back to them and they'll eat it. Never find you a nicking sheep.
Plus, given my proximity to Mal Illo, it's a reasonable excuse to stop by and a precious cinnamon roll.
That reminds me, I don't remember if it's...
I like the description. Sleeping lamb. Looks so innocent while it sleeps.
I can't remember if it was true or like an urban legend or like an old myth, but there's like the reason that the stereotype of the Welsh being sheepjaggers is because back in the day, back when obviously, you know, back when the Welsh and the English were kind of at war or whatever, not really at war. You know how it was.
Well, we were at war with the, with the Welsh.
Are we actually properly at war?
Yeah, up until about the 14th, 15th century.
No. Fair enough.
That's when the king, known as the Hammer of the Scots, for how often he kicked the shit out of Scotland, kicked the ever-loving shit out of the Welsh, and gave him his son his infant son to rule over them.
Okay.
First Prince of Wales.
I remember it was something like, if you got caught with a sheep, like the crime for stealing a sheep was death.
Well, typically, if you were a thief, you either got dragged into the town square and you stuck in the pillory for a day while people pelted you with rotten produce. Or, depending if this was like your 5th offence or whatever, they just strung you up.
So I remember exactly, but basically the point was,
precious sin.
The crime for stealing a sheep was harsher than the crime for shagging a sheep. So if you got caught with a sheep in the field, it was in your best interest to tell them you were trying to fuck it, as opposed to trying to steal it. Now that may very well be an urban legend, because it sounds like one of those things. Although
Quite likely.
Although I try to Google Welsh sheep shagging, I'm not sure what's going to come up.
Porn, lots of it. Actually, no. Before we go to Yulmore, we'll go to here, so I can pick up my my role quest.
No, all I'm getting is history of it being used in football chants, and apparently there was a court case about it a while ago.
Would not surprise me.
Apparently calling someone Welsh a sheep shagger is racially aggravated.
Yeah, because being Welsh is still a race, just like being English, etc. Race isn't always the colour of your skin. Your nationality as well. Why Romani, so what most people call a gypsy.
Yeah. Oh, the Roman.
Somebody's just doing the one that I was on. Is still calling a Romani a gypsy, whilst technically accurate, is still a racial slur.
Yeah, they are gypsies.
A proper Romani holds on to certain values. It's just the modern pikey ones that give it the bad name.
Yeah, I'm reading this Reddit thing, it's like saying the same thing I said, but they're saying themselves that they haven't got any concrete evidence, it might just be a joke.
Also possible.
Also, apparently, in South Africa, it's a common. Sheep shaggers also used against Australians that go over there to work with sheep farms and whatnot. Because apparently, there's a lot of Australian-run sheep farms over there.
Mm-hmm. Australia has so much space.
Yep.
Where it isn't trying to kill you.
Fuck ton of land, whilst they put some animals on it.
Yeah, usually sheep because they're quite hardy.
Yeah.
Same with a lot of areas in New Zealand. In fact, New Zealand has more sheep than it does people.
So you're saying if there was ever a sheep uprising, that every single New Zealander would have to kill at least a few sheep?
Mm-hmm. Problem is, the sheep, they're not that smart.
Yeah. Have you seen Black Sheep?
There's a film.
It's basically like a comedy horror film about a sheep uprising. Hey!
Well then, CRITMIS friendo.
Hey. Nice. It's basically a comedy horror film. Basically, it's very stereotypical, like genetically engineered sheep that were supposed to be, smarter or better or producing wool or whatever. But of course, because that's the way these movies go, the sheep are actually genetically engineered and end up being evil.
Because of course that's what happens.
And at some point, no joke, you get the main character who's doing this genetic engineering. He gets bitten by a sheep, becomes like a weird zombie sheep virus hybrid. And
so a mixture of lycanthropy and Resident Evil's T-virus zombies.
You get, no joke, sheep werewolf.
Were-sheep.
Yes, I think they literally do call it a were-sheep when you think of it.
Great, you know I've now got stuck in my head.
Go on.
Wallace and Gromit and Curse of the Were-Rabbit.
Oh, that's a thing.
Wasn't that bad a film either.
Good film.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what it looked like.
Ah. Get the shotgun.
I think that's literally what they do. They just blow its head off.
To be fair, when it comes to things like that, when doesn't blowing its head off actually fix the problem?
Hydra.
Point. The Hydra, you can blow its head off so long as you cauterise the stump.
Good point. Yeah, this is the official trailer for the film. So over 40 million sheep in New Zealand, and they're pissed off.
Yeah. 40 million sheep.
And however, I'm actually looking up how many people there are in New Zealand.
Probably close to 20 mil, if not more. There's a surprising amount of them.
4.794 million.
Huh. Less than I thought.
So...
about 10 sheep per person.
Yeah. There used to be 20 sheep for every person in New Zealand. The latest statistics show that it's, what is it? 23.5 million people. No, it's... yeah, whatever it's called. It's less than what it was. Oh, here we go. Used to be 20 sheep per person, now it's only 7. Either they've lost a lot of sheep or they've got a lot of people.
Yes.
I could beat 7 sheep. Maybe not all in one go, but I could fight 7 sheep.
Shotgun?
Yeah.
Well, you are limited to 3 plus 1 in the chamber.
Yeah. I know the one is
for pump action. And in Australia and New Zealand, they're very strict firearms regulations.
I don't know what New Zealand's firearm laws are like.
Exceptionally strict.
I can't say I've ever tried to buy a shotgun in New Zealand.
It's along the lines of it's harder than it is over here.
Oh. And we've got some pretty stupid laws, like stupidly strict laws. They make sense, but they are quite, what's the word I'm looking for here? Extensive?
Mm-hmm. I mean, you can get a revolver here, you can get a shotgun as long as you've got the license, but the shotgun, if it's not a break action, so it's a pump action, is limited in magazine size to 3 plus 1 in the chamber because of RAL mode.
Yeah. So you only kill 4 sheep at a time. That's assuming I can get a kill every single shot. So I'd have to be on target and have the right kind of ammo.
Yeah. Stick yourself on a high place that they can't jump up or batter into, like on a roof or a.
Honestly, I'd just get a sledgehammer or a sword or something.
No, yeah, let me finish. So you're on a roof, on a single story or 2-story, or on a tall bit of rock that you've climbed up with a rope or a ladder and you've pulled back up with you. Voila, you're on a almost impossible to get to spot. They're clamouring around you. Once you've emptied your shotgun, reload. Rake the slide, put slide another one in, so you're back at 4. Voila, you're now at +1.
Okay. So I should get like a hammer. Speaking of which, Nora's hammer from Ruby. Something like that.
Grenade launcher hammer.
Yes. I don't think it's...
Problem is...
science hasn't got that far yet.
Problem is, the grenades that she fires are based on modern 20 and 40 mil and 37 mil grenades.
I'm guessing you can't really get those here.
1, you can't get them. 2, they're not timer, unlike a thrown grenade.
Well,
they're impact.
So you'd have to aim well.
Less aim well, more you hit something with the hammer. And if something goes wrong, like which it most likely will, one of them in the magazine chamber is going to jostle forwards and hit something. Either it's either going to jostle forwards or backwards and either hit the primer or it's going to hit the warhead.
I caught up with Ruby the other night.
I'm still stuck where I was. So
something happened and I really want to talk about it, but I know I can't.
Because you know I will beat you with a hammer. Until you are only half dead. Just to suffer.
It's not something bad, is all I can say. It's actually good.
I know Crow stops drinking.
I know that's not what I meant, but I found that out now. That honestly confused me. That was like, the fuck?
We have to have a thing there.
That's really weird how he stopped drinking. Like, such a big part of his character for the last 6 series, and now he's just...
Well, last several seasons.
Yeah.
He stopped drinking because... Well, if the younger generation are going to step up to the plate, he may as well do so, and if he's going to die, die sober. And this is where I recruited Stoller from. Slitherbow, rather. A location, children of Gentle Darkness. I think it's Gentle Darkness. Something darkness. And they're not worshipping darkness as in evil, because here, darkness is actually life. Light is actually stagnation. Which is why Sin Eaters are horrible monsters. They look pretty, but they are bad.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, most of the warriors of light of this world, so Arvenold, the Crow, have become Sin Eaters themselves. And the focus of the role quests is to hunt each one. So for this one, it's the Ranger of Darkness.
See, I'm thinking about that Ruby thing now, and I'm just getting really... because I can't stop thinking about it.
Getting DTs.
Yeah.
Getting the DTs.
You need to catch up, it's good.
You need to work your way through the DTs so you stop shaking.
Well, I'm going to have a drink when I get in.
Do you know what the DTs are?
It's a withdrawal from... like, I think it is booze, isn't it? Withdrawal, some sort of withdrawal symptoms. I don't know what causes them, but I know of them. I don't know what DT stands for.
Google it. The DTs. Render Ray is what the ranger's name is.
Oh, delirium tremors.
Yeah. Is what her name was. Andrea is what she is is her name as a Sin Eater.
Perfect combination.
Only if they're all ISIS.
You know what people are like on the internet. Good comment. That's not the helping plane, that's the death plane.
It is the Warthog.
That is a pretty good description of it, the death plane.
It's the Warthog.
Yeah.
It does one thing, and it does that one thing very well.
I mean, exactly. You don't see ambulances with shark faces painted on the front, do you?
You do realise that actually came from the... I mean, it's like the B-25 was one of the first. Which is the B-25 Liberator.
Is that... don't try to remember that. The Warthog, is that the one where, like, they want more, but they physically can't make any more for some reason?
Yeah, because... it's less lost tech. More the guys that used to make them went bust. And all the moulds and whatnot for all the parts were destroyed as part of the liquidation. So they basically stopped making the parts because there wasn't any need for them, because none of them were getting destroyed. because they basically went broke, and because I couldn't get any more contracts for anything else, and it's like, okay, pack it in, break it all, we're out.
So they made it too good.
Yeah, to the point where every time the Air Force, the US Air Force goes, okay, we're going to retire the A-10, the US Army turns around and goes, okay, we'll have them. The Air Force is like, actually, you know what? No, we're keeping these things.
I'm guessing the
inter-service rivalry.
I'm guessing the Air Force doesn't want the Army to have air superiority.
Well, the Army do have access to helicopters and whatnot.
Yeah.
But the Air Force see the Army and any other branch of the US military, aside from, well, I suppose, basically it's just the Army, because the Navy have their own Air Force, which are all crewed by Marines and whatnot. See the Army expanding its fixed-wing capabilities as encroaching on their territory. So they don't like you getting it.
And as of yet, they've not found a company that can make something better than the Warthog.
To the point where the Warthog carries that much firepower that even if you make a gunship, it's not gonna do it, because it's not just the gun on the front, which is stupidly powerful anyway.
They're the closest thing we've got to Titans.
No.
I mean, in terms of, like, you know, they have to...
No, we have things that do far more devastation in different ways.
I mean, in terms of you have to keep, like, repairing them because you can't make any more of them. Like, I don't know how other military vehicles are.
Sort of.
That's just what it makes me think of.
It's stupidly hard to bring one down in the first place.
Yeah.
Considering you can lose pretty much most of a wing and the thing will still fly.
Didn't one of them get its own wing sucked into its own jet and it was fine, or something?
Pretty much. During the first Gulf War, so in the 90s, they discovered that sandstorms were very hard to see through. And they couldn't lock onto, they couldn't see the enemies to target them properly. And had no alternate vision modes for thermal imaging or whatever to try and rectify the problem. Then the pilots discovered, with their exceptionally limited avionics package, that the little tiny repeater screen for the Maverick missiles would show an infrared image.
Okay.
And the thing is, you didn't need to have the Maverick launched to do it either. So they worked out they could see what was going on on this little tiny screen from a field of view like that for the missile. And it's like, okay.
Yeah, so okay. Steering this like multi-million-dollar ship, plane, what do you want to call it, through basically a smartwatch screen.
Pretty much.
Ingenuity.
The only thing they've been able to do since then has been upgrade the avionics packages and whatnot every time it happens.
I wonder if there's any available on the civilian market. Yeah, just rock up, just like 10...
it's almost it's impossible.
I imagine so.
They tried converting some into non-military purposes. They tried counteracting the loss of mass of the GAU-8 Avenger by putting lead weight in the place where it was. Still unbalanced.
So it's almost like it's born to kill, and that's all it can do.
This wasn't a plane that was that had a very big gun designed for it. This was a very big gun that had a plane designed for it.
Its very soul is destined to kill. That's all it knows.
Basically. It's like, whoever came up with the GAU-8 Avenger was like, this is a fucking awesome gun. I need to put wings on it and make it fly.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, you mean you're going to build a plane for the gun? It's like, no. I'm going to build a plane around the gun and make this gun fly.
Just rock up for one of those like 10-year high school anniversary things they have in America in a fucking Warthog. Just park in the car park, crush a few people's cars, no big deal. They can play. What are you gonna do? spin up the fucking Avenger.
The thing is, it's a fixed gun.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, you can't really move it. Well, you can move it. It's got to move the whole bloody plane.
Yeah, and because it's not a jump jet, you can't basically spin it in place.
Yeah.
You have to be rolling.
I highly doubt that's the only weapon it's got on board, though.
What do you think those wings are for?
Exactly.
And it has a bomb bay as well.
Mm-hmm. You say it like, I think you're the one that told me this. I get most of my military information from you. Like, you can't, in order to shoot it while flying, you've got to be at like a weird angle or something. Because the momentum of the kickback from the gun is that fucking massive.
Less at an angle. It's just generally you're shooting at ground targets, so you're coming in at an angle anyway.
Okay.
But the thing is, basically, you have to have your engines at almost full throttle, because the recoil is that... Well, it's less having the full throttle. The recoil is that great that if you fire it for more than a short burst of a couple of seconds, the recoil basically makes you stall, because it counteracts all the thrust of those engines.
I wonder how many they've got left.
Quite a few.
So it can take all of that. Fucking... Yeah, just the images on fucking, you know... ISIS.
TV tropes, cool planes, real life.
Yeah. And like ISIS militant just hiding in a hut with a stolen jeep and a knockoff RPG. Sees that coming over the hill.
Yeah, you don't even get to you don't even get to see it because it'll be at like 15,000, 20,000 feet, and basically do a flyby. Real life cool plane. Once I have the SR-71. Well, I travel through the valley of the shadow, through the valley of shadow and death, rather than the valley of shadow of death. I will fear no evil, for I am at 80,000 feet and climbing. Because the SR-71 goes pretty damn high.
Yeah. You can see what I've been searching on the fucking adverts. I want some nice boots.
Right.
See, I actually want them to actually keep going. Like, I want them to make whatever this thing's up, like, next version on would be. I want them to make something stupid, you know? Like the sort of thing that if you saw that in, like, I don't know, for example, 40k, you'd think, yeah, that makes sense.
Here's another surprisingly durable one, the F-15 Eagle.
I think I've heard of that.
Do you remember the Gen 1 Transformers?
Yes.
The Decepticon jets, Starscream, Thundercracker and Skywarp, they're F-15s. Later modified to become a strike plane, which is known as the F-15E Strike Eagle.
I have heard of a Strike Eagle.
Yeah, it's a multi-role / ground attack. First of the 4th gen fighters, has never suffered a single confirmed loss to air-to-air combat, save from another F-15 in an accident.
I do love that when like
it wasn't exactly blow on blow.
Yep.
They sort of collided. And
was he asleep or did the guidance system
mess up? We don't know. It's the F-15 that suffered the damage. Had an entire wing ripped off.
Was totally fine afterwards.
Yes! This record is helped by the fact that the F-15 had been flown and landed successfully with an entire wing missing after a mid-air collision. Having a lifting body fuselage helps, but still seriously badass. Basically, the entire fuselage of the plane functions as a wing as well. Oh, and it's also got an air-to-air kill on a helicopter with a laser-guided bomb. It's also the only aircraft to shoot down a satellite using the ASM-135 air-to-air missile.
I'm sorry, what? A satellite?
It required it to accelerate to supersonic speeds while in a vertical climb. It's the only aircraft in the US infantry at the time capable of this. It wasn't nicknamed the Little Rocket with Wings for nothing.
That is literally something out of a fucking Bond film.
It was also the only fighter the US had at the time with more thrust than maximum takeoff weight. The Harrier could only do this by reducing payload if it needed to take off vertically. There's the Silent Eagle and the F-15 Active. And if you want truly cool, look no further than the Japan Air Self-Defense Force Hiko Kyodotai Aggressor Squadron. Rather than being painted to resemble common enemy aircraft like USAF aggressors, the F-15 DJs of this squad are painted to purely look as cool as possible. Worth noting, the vast majority of paint schemes for F-15s in Japanese flight simulators like Ace Combat are adapted from Hiko Kyodotai liveries.
Let's have a look at these. Ooh. That does look like it's out of a game.
Yeah.
Although it's less that, it's more the games took these, as you just said.
Quite literally. B-1B Lancer.
I'm not over the fact
which outflies fighters simply by hugging the land and just opening the throttles and just flying because it has more fuel than a fighter.
I'm still not over the fact they shot down a fucking satellite.
Basically, like straight up as the satellite. Basically, the satellite was re-entering orbit.
Yeah.
And they shot the satellite with a missile whilst flying straight up at supersonic speeds.
Whose satellite was it?
I don't know. Okay, the Air Force, when it came to the F-16 Fighting Falcon, asked for a plane that could sustain a 7.33 G turn. Do you know what General Dynamics did?
They gave them like, what, 14 Gs or something?
Close. They built it to sustain 9 Gs. Bearing in mind, at 9 Gs, you're practically unconscious if you're not trained for it.
You gotta have like years of training and a special flight suit and everything. Pressure legs, what pressure? The suit like pumps pressure into your body in certain bits, doesn't it?
The F-5 Freedom Tiger / Tiger II.
That's her name.
Is best known as the fictional MiG-30 in Top Gun. Yeah, it's a Tiger II. The F-5 Tiger II.
All the jokes they make about Americans, they can fucking build planes.
Later adopted as aggressor squadron aircraft for dissimilar air combat, and the reason they picked it was because it was so agile enough that it could mirror Russian MiGs of the Eastern Bloc countries during the Cold War. They're often lighter and more manoeuvrable than those flown by the US Air Force and Navy. It would later revisit this role on screen, standing in for MiGs in many films of the 80s and early 90s, such as Top Gun and Hot Shots. Special mention must go to the F-20 Tiger Shark, which was a development of it that replaced the smaller twin engines with a more powerful single engine. Then Brigadier General Chuck Yeager, first man to break the speed of sound, called it the finest fighter. The Tiger Shark, much like the F-5 before it meant to be sold to allies of the United States. However, it lost out to the F-16 due to the fact the latter was already being produced in greater numbers, despite being more expensive. There have been accusations that General Dynamics sold F-16s at a loss in some cases, inclusion of the Air Force, which didn't appreciate that a capable fighter was developed completely without their input. To prevent the Tiger Shark from finding buyers, particularly a sale to the US Navy for adversary purposes, simulating Russian-made jets in air combat training, which the F-20 was almost universally agreed to be more suited to. And later on, it was utilised, the F-5 was utilised as the basis for the Northrop YF-17, so prototype F-17 Cobra, which was just a larger F-5 with a different wing configuration.
You'd be quite good on podcasts, I reckon, because you know many things, and obviously with like the backup, like just Google a couple of Wikipedia articles here and there. They're interesting. You can there's plenty of YouTubers out there who just their whole thing is they just like make interesting videos on them, on things.
A very wide base, but I'm very specific on certain things.
Exactly. You could do that.
past the MiGs. What more?
I know
MiGs?
some things about some things.
Here we go. The A-10 Thunderbolt 2, aka the Warthog, is ugly as hell. It is said that it doesn't achieve lift, it simply stares down gravity until it runs away screaming and begging not to be hurt. And just barely capable of exceeding the speed of smell if you put it into a steep dive.
Oh, God.
The rest of the Air Force derides the A-10 as the only jet in history that takes bird strikes to the tail, and claims that its airspeed indicator is a calendar. Hog drivers simply point to a record of combat effectiveness that cooler planes can't even dream of. But it can fly in a damaged state that would make other planes just fall and go boom several times over. It can be smashed to hell, the pilot can be missing all 4 of his appendages, maybe even his head, and still complete the mission, making it back to the base in time for happy hour at the O Club. Of course, probably the biggest reason why this plane fits under this trope is the depleted uranium GAU-8 30mm Avenger rotary cannon, which the plane is literally built around.
Depleted uranium, of course.
Seriously,
Why
tests
not?
aimed at adapting it for civilian work have found that it becomes aerodynamically unsound when the gun is removed. It literally cannot fly without the ginormous gun in the nose. They tried putting a giant lead block of similar weight in its place. No dice. When they describe the A-10 as a big gun with a plane strapped to it, they are absolutely correct. This gun can literally slice a tank in half, and which by itself is bigger than anything short of an SUV. The ammo container alone is about the size of a VW Beetle. And I'm talking the classic 80s Beetle. You've heard of the Implaceable Man? You know the trope, Implaceable Man? This is the Implaceable plane. The exact amount of parts it can lose and still fly, according to the other wiki, include 1 engine, 1 tail, most of its fuel supply, and a wing. Basically, half the plane can drop off and you're still good. Hell, forget guns, it's been known to take missile hits and keep going undeterred. As in, anti-aircraft missiles. Missiles designed to bring down things like this.
Let's just...
In fact, it's so durable, it's has so far survived 2 attempts at retirement by idiotic Air Force generals who thought the plane was too ugly, too low-tech, and generally too useless to serve in the Air Force. Both Gulf Wars proved just how wrong they were, and the Hog is getting a well-deserved avionics upgrade. The A-10 pilots fly using avionics not much better than what their grandfathers used when flying the P-47 Thunderbolt. As in the original Warthog. Well...
The company that made these, get them back together, build something else. They clearly know what they're doing.
And new wings which will keep it flying in well into the 2040s. Just like the other badass that is the B-52.
Yeah, that's still going, isn't it?
Because it's the only air-launched cruise missile platform and the only plane that America has that can carry 55 tons of bombs. There is no way that until well after the 2050s that they're going to retire the B-52.
It's like they've built these things that are so good they can't build something better.
Yeah.
How does that work?
It just does. There's no logic behind it, it just does. And note that every time the Air Force has pushed the idea of retiring it, Army generals have said, we'll be happy to take them. While the Marines quickly add, only if we don't get them first. Which provides more incentive for the Air Force to back down from the idea, since the idea of the Army expanding its fixed-wing aviation capability is seen as encroachment on Air Force territory, a la inter-service rivalry.
So they're not going to stop until they're all broken. Which isn't going to be anytime soon, given what
It may
you said.
even survive past 2040. And there's been talk about converting surviving ones, which will probably be most of them, into UAVs, so drones, for ground attack missions. No aircraft in history served for this long and will still be used after that. This thing can endure missiles, guns, retirement attempts, and time. And
an unmanned Warthog.
Yeah. The A-10 performed outstandingly in Gulf War I. For instance, near the end of the air-only phase, the first 2 sent out destroyed more Iraqi tanks than all the B-52 Alpha strikes in the previous month. Despite not being all that well suited for the conditions, the relatively clear air were good for it, but the engines had no defence, other than the spectacular robustness, to things like the sand that inevitably drifted onto the runways. Of course, to an engine that works just fine after eating half the plane's wing, what a little sand! The skill and cleverness of the pilots has done so much to overcome the limitations of the avionics. For example, they had no IR sensors in the first Gulf War, which should have made them useless at night or in smoke and cloud. They realised they got a repeater image from the heat seeker on the Maverick missile on a tiny screen in the cockpit and used that as the infrared imaging system. Turns out you don't actually have to fire the missile for its sensor to relay images back to the plane. It had a minuscule field of view, but it was enough to get the job done. Perhaps the most notable example of its insane ruggedness and pilot skill is Captain Kim Campbell, Air Force, who flew home a heavily flak-damaged A-10 with nothing but the full manual controls, pulling off the world's first successful A-10 fully manual landing in the process. In the early 80s, they also found they didn't have enough Warthogs to provide the army with adequate close air support, which is, you know, it's literally very job description. And advised the development of another plane to fill the needed role alongside the A-10, which had long since elapsed out of mass production and its manufacturer had gone out of business, so the equipment needed to resume production of more A-10s was gone.
That is a tragedy, isn't it?
Yep. Thunderbolt 2 is created by Fairchild Republic. Founded in 1925, 94 years ago. Went out of business 16 years ago in 2003. Sucks, because they have a really nice emblem.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thanks.
That's the general history of...
Like, if they'd have kept going, we'd probably have fucking spaceships by now. Well, we do, but you know what I mean.
Armed spacecraft.
TIE fighters, basically.
You don't want a fucking TIE fighter.
That's just first armed spaceship. What's a good armed spaceship? Like a good weaponized spaceship I can think of?
The X-Wing.
That's a good one.
TIE fighters are unshielded.
Good point.
They may be fast and relatively mobile. They have no life support, no shield, no hyperdrive.
We basically...
The main draw point of the TIE fighter is they're cheap and you can build a lot of them, and you have a pair of reasonably powerful laser cannons right underneath the cockpit, like that. So you just point where you want to go, and shoot in that direction. Unfortunately, your big solar panels, which is what those big chunky things on the sides are, block most of your view.
Yeah.
And the twin ion engine, which is what the TIE stands for, not the best thing in the world.
Okay, so we would have fucking spaceships by now, if they kept going.
There might be a Warthog 3 if they kept going.
They basically build a plane that can rival God. Fly up to heaven and shoot him in the face. If anyone
Quite
could.
likely. If anyone could, it probably would have been Fairchild Republic.
Yeah.
I mean, they probably would have made the F-35 and made it work.
Yeah. I mean,
the problem Lockheed, who made the F-35 Lightning II, should have took what they learned making the F-22 and just built off of that and made it better. Because all the delays and problems behind the Lightning II was because they kept trying to do about 50 different things with it at the same time, and it just wasn't working.
After they're done shooting God, blow a hole in the earth deep enough to find hell and go shoot the devil and all.
Then you have a portal to hell. No, on Earth, which is why you'd rather go to it through Mars's moons.
Yeah.
And if Doom has taught us anything, it's that one very angry man with a chainsaw can kill hell. Especially when he's too angry to stay dead.
You realise I just had the stupidest thought. It'd be horribly impractical. But somehow get a plane with chainsaws mounted on it.
Be useless.
Exactly.
Because chainsaws have to be fueled, so it's taking fuel away from your engines. You're never going to get to use them except in the rarest of occasions, and chances are the impact force will rip your wing off anyway.
I can't remember what film it was, but it was some zombie film I saw. Basically using a helicopter, using the rotor blades as, obviously...
That's a standard Hollywood film. Standard Hollywood thing. Impractical as hell because after a couple of impacts at high speed, those rotors will actually just shatter.
Yeah, I imagine they're not as strong as people think they are.
Even the metal ones would flex that much that they'll strike the ground and shatter.
Mm. I think the point was he was getting them just like a meter above the ground. I mean, the level of skill.
The impact would cut. Bear in mind, centrifugal force keeps them relatively flat.
Yeah, that's his thing, isn't it?
But you hit something, and that will cause it to wobble or just outright break along the edge because it's moving that fast.
I don't think they used a real helicopter in the scene, to be fair.
It would have been CGI.
I'm not sure they used real zombies either.
Again, CGI.
I mean, you could, but they're so hard to manage. They do not take directions at all.
Brains. Chomp.
Have you ever tried to direct a horde of zombies in a film? It's not easy.
You ever tried to direct a Killer St. Bernard?
That doesn't sound easy either.
No.
I've not actually watched. I've seen bits of it, but I've not actually
Cujo.
I know, I've not seen it all the way through yet.
The St. Bernards kept ruining the takes.
What, are these actual St. Bernards?
Yeah. Bear in mind, it's a story about a Killer St. Bernard.
Yeah, how long ago was it?
About 15, 20 years.
So they couldn't get realistic CG back then?
And what I say, it was St. Bernards.
Yeah.
They kept wagging their tails and licking the actors rather than being evil, vicious killers.
I was going to say, were they too friendly or something?
Yes! You know how friendly St. Bernards are?
I've read various articles and things and stuff you've told me. I'm not really an animal person, but, you know, I've heard things. I'm not really interested in animals or people or anything that breathes. I prefer machinery.
You are not floof.
No, but she's got a point.
It's an interesting BGM for the Great Wood.
Yeah. That's a point. I should get one of those.
And Daily Roulette has finished as well.
I want to get a thing that measures how much power I'm drawing out of the wall. Because
I've got still tied rather than white.
Because I've got a hell of a lot of stuff in my room, like running off the one wall socket. I don't want to blow it up by mistake. Because I've got like these 3 PCs I have acquired, and I kind of want to run them. So I haven't actually run them yet because one of them is like it's rivaling my main rig.
In terms of power.
No, in terms of power, not in terms of power draw, but like
in terms of what it puts out.
Yes, because like I've not actually used it, but I've looked into it. I've got a Ryzen 3 with a GTX. It's not got a graphics card, but if it did, it'd be better. I've got a Ryzen 3.
Now Intel was taking the piss out of Ryzen's multi-chip set.
Yeah.
They tried creating their own, but the bonding glue failed.
Yeah. See, AMD's really fucking Intel up. They're really coming for them.
Remember when Intel used to be the gold standard of any system?
Yeah.
It's just they rested on their laurels too long rather than innovate.
Exactly.
And the crown is being slowly but surely stolen away by AMD.
Exactly, because that's the reason I built an AMD system, was because it was, like, for the money, I got a much better system.
For almost identical performance.
Yeah, because I've got a Ryzen 3 in mine at the moment. I'm gonna relatively soon get like a 5 or a 7 or something, or whatever the newest thing that runs on my particular socket is, AM4. But this PC it's got an i5 in it, I can't remember what type, same amount of RAM, and a bigger SSD. I've got 64, it's got 240. So if nothing else, I can take the SSD out, swap them over.
For level 80, I get Heaven's Eye, Savage Aim, and Savage Might 7 materia.
Sounds savage.
Direct hit plus 20, critical hit plus 20, determination plus 20. Bearing in mind, if you look at my stats, critical hit 1944, determination 1583. critical hit, determination, direct hit, 1711. Right. Direct hits are the high damage ones that aren't crits. Crits are crits. Basically, the level of attack is regular, direct hit, crit, direct hit, crit. So in other words, if you get both a critical and a direct hit off the same attack, you get the really, really, really big number. And that's something that dancers are very good at doing for themselves and their dance partner, because devilment raises your chance for both of them by 20%.
Honestly, twisty. Very twisty.
Here's the serval.
Yes, it is. That's what I showed you it. All that and twisty.
It is meow. A serval meow is still a meow.
The question is, where can Kimono Friend's serval can twist her neck like that?
Well, that's her neck and a chunk of her spine.
But is she that twisty?
Probably not, because they still have relatively human physiology. To the northwest of White.
So looking for a meme and ends up getting a French Army Operation Serval. A French military operation from part of the Mali conflict, apparently, whatever that is. In the conflict in Mali.
Obviously. What year?
2013.
Huh. So that would be the ladder. I was wondering what that was.
Apparently it's a ladder.
Yeah. I was wondering what it was before today. I've only just worked it out. Based on what Alpha Nose just said, that the ladder is to the northwest of White. Visit the dry docks to the south, see if I can persuade them to part with wood.
Who's he?
Giggity. It's getting harder and harder to make your facepalm on stream.
I'm just becoming more and more terrible.
It's less becoming more terrible, it's more I'm trying. It's practically tradition at this point for me to at least once per stream make you facepalm.
I'm desensitized to my own idiocy.
And the horrible double entendres.
Yes.
And sexual puns.
It's just normal now.
Did it too much.
Giggity.
No giggity.
Aw. The fuck?
buff cat.
Yeah, fair point. I need to get a new shelf. Mine fell down the other day. But you wake up and there's like loads of like just fucking CDs and manga just all over the floor. And then I was smashed into pieces statue of Big Ben. Well, the clock tower that it's in, because that's what the bell's called, clock tower.
Everyone always calls the clock tower Big Ben.
Yeah.
But it's specifically the bell.
And I know you're the sort of person to bring that up if I didn't. Back in a minute. 9 discarded, so 61. 13 delivered, 1 damaged. 12. Plus 13 is 81, minus 10, 71. 71 planks in storehouse. How many planks do you need?
No, I'm taking inventory.
Oh, you don't need a specific number.
Got to take note of.
Yeah.
Do you record the number for me?
72, is it?
71.
Yeah.
71. Then another line, 11.
11 what?
Planks.
Okay, what are they?
Maybe just...
Yeah, I've written it down.
Yeah. I've got to find the last stock of them. Of course they're going to be directly out of the way.
How many were there?
I'm just checking now.
I'm going to guess more than 7.
24.
That was right then.
Go back to the notes.
71, 11, 24. So that was
2, 102, 106.
106. Is it like a puzzle or something?
No, told me to thing.
Yeah, but you've actually got to do it. You can't just bluff it.
Basically.
Where's the lie?
Indeed. Much as I like taking on, much as I liked the fight against Titania, problem is that fight itself is, shall we say, you're gonna want to definitely work together, but at the same time it's a pretty strict DPS check. Because you have to, when Titania's charging up her super attack, kill the 3 minions she suffers, and then she'll make them grow, and you have to kill all 3 of them again. If even one of them is still alive, the entire group of 8 of you are wiped. These Talos, these golems, you see that big handle there. You have one either side. They basically wind the lift up and down.
Have you got to kill those golems?
No.
Have you got to kill similar golems?
There are occasionally some roaming around.
Oh, that's the thing. You know, as it's turned out, J.K. Rowling's actually a turf or something.
What?
Oh, people are angry at J.K. for posting transphobic stuff on Twitter. People are reanalyzing some of her stuff and basically making leaps that people have made before, but now they've got this kind of fuel, they're just going for it.
And is there any evidence to actually back it up?
Other than the transphobic stuff that she's posted, like it was literally a Twitter post. People are saying it was about that, and her viewpoint was pretty much against that. But basically, other than that, there's no real evidence that like anything else is particularly. It's just people going for it because they've got the fuel to. Can't remember the character's name, because I didn't know much. There's like one Irish character, and his most notable trait is things explode around him.
Oh, Seamus Finnegan.
That's
his other. The citizens of Yulmore engaging in what can only be described as manual labour. Who would have thought it possible?
Yes, he's an Asian.
We could say asshole then.
He is, but he gets better. Apparently, he gets better. Okay, we'll back down in a minute. But Emmett Silk. Basically, he has a buttload of clone bodies, so rather than looking like an old man, he just hops into a new clone.
Okay.
That's why he still looks young. He's also one of the only Asians to remember what the world used to be before it got turned into the Source and the 13 Reflections. he has somewhat turned over a new leaf after we started thwarting his grand plan on the first. Because he's the one behind, partially behind the flood of light. Because the light aether leaches back to the source, which is causing all the stagnation and whatnot, where it mixes with the Black Rose weapon, which is less gas. You can make a rough 02 in code vein. Nice. Less an outright gas weapon, more it forcibly stops the flow of aether in your body and kills you that way. And it will mix with the light aether and basically kill almost everybody in the world. And it causes the 8th Umbral Calamity will basically be Mad Max in a fantasy setting. Yeah. Even I get killed by it, apparently. Basically, his entire thing at the minute is help us, so we fix the problem. Wait for us to die.
The most reliable
of
way
age
to
and
deal
whatnot.
with those who stubbornly refuse to see reason.
And then once we've all died from old age, you'll just start a new plan.
You conquer them, crush them under heel. Such was the trusted method of Alec, and one still favoured by Garlemald. But conquest is the easy part. The true challenge begins once the dust has settled, quenching the glowing embers of animosity and maintaining a semblance of peace. This requires the
He's also that powerful that you remember the first. Remember when we had to rescue Stoller from the live stream back on the source?
Difficult feat to achieve.
How we needed cooperation of the elementals, and we needed someone close to her, namely Ymithra, her sister, to help guide her spirit back. Yeah. She did the same thing that she did then, i.e. used flow, well the spell flow, to escape. And it's like, oh shit, well, everyone's all panicking, like, no, we've lost her again, we've got no way to bring her back. And he's like, you know what? If it'll make you actually trust me on this, I'll bring her back for you. Find me an area that's rich in the live stream. Use this little magic lamp that'll help you tell it. So you go and find a place, and you whistle, and he comes over with the others. He's like, oh yes, here will do nicely. Okay, stop crowding me, stand the fuck back. And he's just like, oh, hang on. Snaps his fingers, she's back. And then another snap of the fingers, fully clothed again. He's just that powerful.
Yeah.
Go back. Back one. Christmas Ruby.
Yay. Saving it.
But you have achieved just that, to my considerable surprise. It's a compliment. Take it. Ah, the vibrant energy that fills the air when like-minded souls gather. To think back on that time before time, fair brings a tear to the eye.
It's also accurate for you. Can't deny it.
How about that meme?
Yep, because Stolfo. You can't deny it.
You know what the worst part is?
What?
I actually can't deny it.
You thought I was joking?
No.
I was being serious. You cannot deny that that meme is accurate when it comes to into Stolfo.
Also, this exists and I'm angry about it. Just wear socks, you fucking prick.
But socks with loafers is a fashion faux pas. You don't wear socks with loafers.
Then wear different shoes. Wear something that's appropriate.
But all my wardrobe is loafers. They go with the rest of my hipster outfit.
Then go throw yourself on a cliff.
Fucking hipsters.
I hate hipsters. I know some days I'm dangerously close to being a hipster. It's kind of why I've
stopped wearing those glasses and that hat that makes you look like John Lennon joined the mafia.
Yeah. I wish I could wear that hat more often.
But that hat makes you look like a hipster.
Yeah, it's not.
Oh god. SWOE's SAO abridged.
Yeah. I wonder if that hat goes with this look.
No.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Too metal.
I really like the hat. What if I cover it in bullets?
Then you look like John Lennon, who joined the mafia and got armed.
What if I make a hat entirely out of bullets?
They'd have to be fired first.
I could do that. Just get a load of fired and then put the actual bullet back in the casing. Or whatever.
You mean like my one over there?
Yeah. Get a load of those and just weld them together into like a hat.
Be a very metal hat. Wouldn't be very comfortable either, but.
Oh no, I need to get a bullet belt, but that's kind of expensive. Because it's just about bullets.
You thought ancient beings like us incapable of trying? Well, rest assured that if your heart can be broken, then so can mine.
He really is a prick, but...
Yeah.
Back when the world was whole, we had family, friends, loves. Men knew peace and contentment, and with our adamant souls, we could live for an age.
It's also impressive that he's out and about because of all this light. He doesn't do so well in this bright, harsh, light wooden-made light.
There was no conflict born of want or disparity. Our differences paled into insignificance next to all we had in common. And then there was Amarant. Never was a city more magnificent. From the humblest streets to the highest spires, she fairly gleamed. Not that you would remember any of this.
Basically, every person who exists, aside from a handful of Ascians, are a shard of a person who lived on the world when it was one.
The point is, the world of old was a far better place than what we have now. I believe you would like it, having witnessed the things you have.
The grand plan of the Ascians, primarily, is to bring the shards back to the source and make whole the world. You think that's a great goal, wouldn't you?
I imagine that causes bad things to happen.
Yes, because by over-aspecting aether on a planet, like say ice or fire or whatever, that aether leaches back to the source and starts becoming dominant and creates a calamity. So, for example, the 5th Umbral Calamity, the Ice Age, that allowed the Makote of Mysidia to walk across the frozen oceans to Eorzea, that was because one of the worlds, one of the 13 shards, became over-aspected with ice, thanks to the Ascians, and leached back into the source, creating a rejoining that fucked up the world for a while.
Remember, you are of the source. Unlike the half-men here, you stand only to gain. Should you survive the remaining calamities, you will become our equal. A complete existence in a complete world. But such talk is a pleasure for later. Back to work, hero. Ah, there was one thing I had meant to ask. How well do you know the exile? Has he ever deigned to show you what hides beneath the cowl? What? Never? Even to you? How very interesting.
It's, confusing, but basically, you know the stuff with Alexander and the time loops? It's a mixture of that, a portal to another dimension.
Those are always fun.
And Omega's ability to travel worlds. Combined with the Crystal Tower, a bad future, and other shit. It's confusing stuff.
I shall enjoy working out what it means. Until next time.
Do you mind the spoiler?
Go on.
It's effectively the X-Arch is Grahatia from another from the bad future where everybody else died, where near enough everybody dies. He does stuff, gets pulled to the first, and brings the Crystal Tower from that future, utilising time travel magics, and thus the power of Alexander, the dimensional fissure, and Omega's ability to travel worlds to bring the Crystal Tower from that future to the first, and help summon us that way.
It's alive.
Hey, there's Frenda. Advert.
I don't know if you remember, but when we first met in this world, I was all but spent. I never thought to wonder why until now. I think it all just got to be too much.
Now he's actually almost corporeal, but I'm still the only person who can see him. And hear him.
The guilt of causing the flood. Knowing everyone hated me.
Oracle Minfilia
But the worst thing
utilised the power of his comrades and her own power to halt the flood, allowing Northront to survive. But as he went to offer his power to help as well, she refused, saying that he still had a role to fulfill.
Time wears
Which is why
you
he's
down.
still here, but he doesn't know why.
Solitude eats away at you.
And it's been
It was this
essentially
close to finishing me off. But as bad as it got, and as empty as I felt, I can't even begin to imagine what it must be like for M itself.
easy, average, insane, impossible, tits.
I feel like I can recognise the characters. Don't think I can.
All of which is a long way of saying, don't make a choice that leaves you alone. Nothing is worth that. Especially not eternity.
Glad tidings, my friend. The ladder lives again.
The three of us have been invited to do the honors. Are you up for it? Of course, if you're worried that the whole thing might come crashing down, we can always find someone else.
Elevator puns!
Oh, God. I'm trying to work out if it's the same people.
That's the spirit.
These two characters.
Come on, then.
Yeah.
Well,
Two girls from Citrus.
Not as much.
The sisters.
Well, stepsisters, because that's how it is.
Yeah, but it still counts as sisters.
True. But it means they can get away with it a little bit more in the West.
It's still one of those.
We
you
rode the
don't
ladder
really
too,
cross it.
my comrades and I. Once
Tell that to the animation industry.
Is that forbidden fruit?
watch the horizon grow, and the
Actually,
town
I think
shrink
it
below
would be trash
us.
and we'll go to it for more than one episode.
It's surprisingly good, is it?
I got really emotionally involved in
Awed
it.
and terrified in equal measure. We ascended without a word. The silence broken only by the rhythm of the gears.
That brings the ghost over.
No one but me remembers
Everyone's
that day.
saying, "Okay, raise it up." I'm really telling Albert to join me on the thing. So it's not
Remembers
the
our
Exarch
journey
narrating, it's
and our
Albert.
end. We tread the path. Seek, and you may yet find.
Not incorrect.
Yep.
It is still a switch for a server.
Yep. I was thinking of that joke, but I was thinking just get like a light switch.
I've seen that as well.
Yeah. That is just like dad joke, isn't it? Thinks it's getting a new game console. No, it's getting a network switch. Just fucking.
I'll say he's all the way up there and wishes for us to see something. I mean, you'd think it'd be pretty obvious that we can't actually reach it without an airship, because you could see it all the way back at Yulmore that it was freaking floating.
Get a load of explosives, a really good healer, and someone that's tanky as all hell, and blow them up high enough that they get on there. It's probably why I'm not a military strategic, whatever they're called.
Strategist.
That's the word.
Or tactician.
How are you going to get up this floating mountain? Well, we could steal an airship, or we could just blow someone up until they get up there. That'll work, just blow them up. What if they die? No, just get a healer. It'll be fine. You want like the boss, the battlefield with the boss fight, and just some guy's 7 head shows up. Heavily charged 7 head.
It's less about the flying mountain, more that there's somebody over there that's...
Haven't you got a flying?
Yes, but because I haven't attuned to all the aether currents in the area, I can't fly.
And you also got a dragon and a giant bird somewhere.
Yes.
Can they not go up?
So the rules apply for all flying mounts. If you haven't attuned to all the aether currents, you can't fly.
So you're now flying a UAV?
No, binoculars.
Oh, so it's me looking at that drone.
No, because it uses the same thing as though I was doing the when I was doing the dart gun.
Yeah.
The thing is, when I did this examining some murals with Stoller,
yeah.
If you focus on her, you stare at her backside, and she tells you off for it. It's hilarious.
That reminds me, I read a thing a while ago about UAVs and that. Apparently farmers in Afghanistan are setting up fake ISIS checkpoints and fake ISIS bases, which the Americans then bomb with their multi-million-dollar drones and missiles and whatnot. They then go in, grab the scrap metal and sell it for like 100 quid.
Go to my Twitter.
Okay.
Yeah, that's perfect, Alexander. Before you zoom on him. basically you have Alexander Prime absorbs one of the other versions.
Mm-hmm.
And you still have fucking Strike Cruiser to deal with because he becomes the head. That is.
That's a bit over the top, don't you?
Yeah, that's the one you have to fight during the new Epic of Alexander thing. Hot Spring of Bar Sounds.
What is the deal with Capybara? They're just so fucking chill.
Yeah, there we go. That is literally her exact words. Yeah. There is nothing to gain from staring at my backside. Now, please, I need to concentrate. Small's response is, does this make Small gay?
Probably.
But a NYAN is a NYAN.
Sweet Home Alabama intensifiers.
But Small is a good girl. She just happens to be very heavy-handed at dealing with things.
I wish I could whistle, just not whistling it.
Bam, 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 bam. I know that's more humming, it's like beatboxing than whistling. Still. So, there's a Talos I could fight.
Mm-hmm.
It's pointless, because it's about as strong as I am, and I don't get much experience for it. You don't get much experience of fighting with just fighting monsters. You almost had some tone there.
I'm working on it.
Wait, where's the arena? This village is called Amity.
Ah. Yeah,
Amity Arena.
Funny.
Hey, does this mean I'm going to be assaulted by a hyperactive orange-haired girl who wants pancakes?
There's worse things that can happen.
But she's going to try and break my knees.
That's worth it.
But you do realise what happens whenever every time somebody attacks Small. You do know what happens, right?
They get their knees broken, and then their legs, and then the rest of them.
If I'm in a good mood. But generally speaking, if they try and break Small's knees, Small breaks them in half.
What if they've got burning hair and shotgun gauntlets?
Then it is a fair fight.
I still love the idea of shotgun gauntlets. I mean, I know if I had some, because I have this annoying human anatomy, it kind of ripped my shoulders out of the joints, sockets, whatever they're called. But it's the same with like Bakugo and Yang. Do we just assume that physics works differently in their universes, or do we assume they're just really fucking swole and they've just been training for years to be able to take the recoil?
Yes.
I mean, you look at like official art and stuff, and that neither of them are exactly slacking when it comes to working out, are they?
No. Yang especially is pretty well muscled.
Yeah. And I have seen things people have drawn, let's say, between the two of them.
Huh.
Yep.
Read the first line.
I'd say they were half empty.
I say that they are filled halfway with liquid.
So we got a pessimist and a realist.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm not thinking about what I'm saying, I'll say half full or half empty, depending on my mood and context.
So the idea of Yang and Bakugo going at it.
There's a mental image you didn't think you wanted.
Yeah. Oh no, I've seen it. I've seen art of it. And,
to be fair, Bakugo's Bakugo's personality is that he would probably intentionally damage Yang's hair.
Yeah, and then there'd be some pretty... You know when I say going at it, you know what I mean?
Hate sex.
Yes. There's some art of it somewhere, you try and find it, but it is pretty fucking intense. Who would last longer in that?
Yang. She gets stronger as the fight goes on.
Good point.
All she's got to do is land one solid punch to Bakugo's face and he's out cold. Whereas she has the has aura.
That's the point. I can't remember his name. The other in like it's not really a spoiler. In Ruby, this new character that Crow's hanging out with. Can't remember his name now. This guy. People are shipping them. Because they've got complementary clockwork semblances. Because Crow's, of course, is bad luck. His is good luck. Plus the way they are around each other, it's kind of.
Well, they won't, they?
I could see that, yeah. I've shipped weirder things. I'm trying to think what the weirdest thing I've shipped is. Where's the weirdest ship I've ever been into? Well, there is one, like, say, not weird, but like, ship that a lot of people wouldn't like, that in the fandom were kind of like, hating on. But the show's been on there for like 6-7 years at this point.
You could also argue the same about anything with My Little Pony, considering how divisive that is.
Yeah, their fandom is kind of
rabid.
Yeah, I mean the Steven Universe fandom gets a lot of shit, but we're not as bad as the Bronies, at least. We're close, but we're not that bad.
It's not my thing, but I've got nothing against it. It's just not my thing.
Fair enough.
Just doesn't appeal to me.
Exactly.
I don't rag on people for liking it.
Exactly. Because anyone who knows of the Gravity Falls fandom and is a controversial ship that a lot of people dislike but a lot of people like as well, don't know what I'm talking about.
I mean, yes, villain ex-protagonist.
Nope. Although that is a ship that I could use to ship.
There's a villain protagonist ship.
I know.
Izuku and Toga.
I could see that.
That is very much a ship.
Yeah. I shipped Toga twice mainly as my main Toga ship, but I could see that.
Don't forget she does have that unhealthy obsession with Izuku.
Yes, she does.
But she also has the same obsession with pretty much most people because she just likes to make people bleed.
Yeah.
She's a haemophiliac, but not in the medical definition. In the mental definition.
You know, whenever I think about the song "Blood" by MCR, I just start playing in my head. Appropriate.
On control.
Although whenever I hear that song, I do start thinking about stabbing. So.
Teenagers. What am I gonna do? I know you're too old to be a teenager. I know you're too old to be a teenager.
Yeah. It's a good song, though. Teenagers.
Yeah. Just don't spoil the goddamn joke and get hurt next time.
It took me a minute, but by the time I remembered that is a song title of theirs, I'd already gone that far.
Too far to stop, so you just dug the hole deeper.
Yes.
Veterinary are the much more angelic looking ones. Actually, arguably closer in some ways to harpies. Talon and fingers and feet. Well,
yeah, I call that a harpy.
Not a traditional harpy, like unlike good bird, like happy.
I'd say it definitely looks like you could definitely relate it to a harpy.
At the very least, much more angelic.
Yeah.
And as we know, Pappy is a good bird. She's also a bit ditzy, but a good bird.
I still have yet to watch that series.
You think I have?
I assume you've seen at least bits of it.
No. A couple of fanfics and a lot of art. But from what I can gather, Pappy is very much a good girl. And a good bird.
You could actually end up watching it and find out she's actually a bitch.
Oh, she isn't a bitch. She's very much the definition of bird brain.
Ah, makes sense.
But she is a harpy.
I'm assuming that's the running joke with her.
Yeah.
Also, apparently I have got to go soonish because they've got guests over or something.
Yeah. Well, it is 20 to 6.
We usually go.
You're a sight for sore eyes.
Yeah.
I don't know about you,
I
but
actually
I
have
bumped into
Christmas
quite a
ones
few
this year.
senators
You
out
said
there.
you're going with like your dad and like some of his friends, isn't it?
To one of his friends, yeah. Normally, I stay home and my dad goes to the pub. Last year we went to the pub, then went to McDonald's drive-through, just north of us.
It's a bit shit there's people working on Christmas Day.
And then back to the pub, then back home. When I worked at the pub, it was all hands on deck. Because you were open until 4, 5 o'clock, then closed. Then it was up to your discretion if you reopened at 7 on Christmas. But for the first 4 hours, noon till 4, you were open and it was all hands on deck. Nobody got to have the Christmas off.
Good old
You
cat.
too, then. It seems the closer we get to Mount Gulg, the more of them there are.
So you gotta admit, Small makes Felnarian gear look really good.
Yep.
And as I remarked on
Looks a lot
Set
bigger
3
from here,
on Twitter...
doesn't it?
Wait, what was...
Your Twitter feed.
Oh, set number 3. Because I decided that she's actually from Fafnir. So she makes the gear look really good. She actually
The
really looks
first
good
thing
wearing
I'd do
it.
is surround myself with as many sin-eaters as I could lay my hands on. And judging by the number we've already faced, his lordship is of the same mind.
Restarting
This
his
is going to
kingdom
be a
on the
tough
mountain.
climb.
It's going to be a tough climb,
But
yes.
first things first. We need to determine if climbing is even
How are we even supposed to get up from the mountains to the floating mountain?
So in your like your own like headcanon that like canon of
Flying
this, she
may
wants
be
to lie,
our
or she's
only
decided
choice
that depth
after all.
perception is overrated.
Overrated. Don't forget she does things like wear head bandage blocking off her entire sight.
It's like, who needs depth perception? What's that good for anyway?
Wait a minute, those are Ironworks drones.
There you are. Master Alphino was afeard you had met with some misfortune.
Well, sorry, Garlean drones.
Who controls them?
Oriange. And you too, Exarch. What brings you
Or
here?
rather, the ancient Allagan ones. Because don't forget, the
I wish
Empire
to
has a
observe
hard-on
the
for
final
Allan
struggle with my
technology.
own eyes. I arrived at Bottom Rung too late to accompany you, but I was in time to join Urianger and the others. Come, let us see how this unfolds.
So he sent disposable drones. Wow, horde of sin eaters from the air. Including really powerful angel ones and the Valkyrie-like powerful ones. That was one of the ones that was in the throne room, effectively.
Well, it seems flying is off the table.
If we have learned that much,
Explosion.
then the Machina have served their
jump.
purpose.
Ah, so that's what they were for. Wasteful, but effective.
Better than
The
wasting a
Seamark
life.
foe will not be reached by land or air. We must needs withdraw to consider another course. Master Alphino waiteth for us atop Run. Thither should we make our way.
Besides, the headgear gives a slightly roguish look.
Yeah.
So I don't get that a nice tricorn. And the hats I've got don't really suit. You can see our nice gold eye headgear. We can now see our blue eye. It's just.
Is the material secret?
Yeah, put your shoes on. I'm just Max whilst you're doing that.
Okay.
I'll chuck him upstairs. No, Sarah. Not even that sanctuary. It's not really jump off time. It's just it's actually reposition.
Yes.
Yeah. We'll make it to 4 hours and you can go.
Okay then.
Because I feel like we're almost 3:50.
Yeah.
Evening. Nope. It's an evening. Well, almost. But yeah, no. Almost even. So it's afternoon, yeah. You're not normally back until after 6. So I decided to throw me for a loop today, did you?
Skip.
So we're heading back to the upper part of the elevated facility.
Is that a sanctuary?
No. You'd know what a sanctuary. You'd know a sanctuary because it's got an aetherite.
In short, there's no path, and the sky is thick with Forthry's winged devils.
We might consider Amaro. But without extensive training, we cannot hope to contend with the Eaters. Yulmore's airship fleet, meanwhile, consists solely of transport vessels ill-suited for battle. And without the expertise of one such as Sid, we are in no position to attempt a refit.
Yeah, that would be problematic, wouldn't it?
Oh, it's so frustrating! That wretched mountain should jolly well come back down to Earth.
That'd fix everything.
Yeah.
Except for Valkyrie.
We mustn't disturb these good people at their work.
Well, we've got 10 minutes and we're at 4 hours anyway.
Yeah, we've got guests over, so it's kind of, apparently I'm told it's kind of rude to not be there.
Yeah, well, you're hardly social, so show your face and then disappear.
Well, there is beer. And buffet food.
Show your face, grab some beer, load a plate full of food, and disappear.
What do you think I was going to do?
Anyway, your cut-off's good, but that's
wow.
a cut-off.
That is nice.
You've been you were collecting that for what, 20 years? Close to.
Me Grimmon's older than you.
I know. You're older than me.
Obviously. Me Grimmon is...
Ridden the ladder, seen the sights. It's past time we took our leave.
38 years old.
Wow.
The lady may well have the right of it. Mount Gulg will not soon come down to Earth, nor can we compel it to do so. But if the mountain will not come to the land, mayhap the land may be made to come to the mountain.
That was a fox's time.
It's unfortunately worn down over time.
I got lost about 180 miles an hour down the A38.
Yeah, he's done that speed down the A38.
I don't doubt that in the slightest.
You do realise the camera and microphone are on, right? So people who are watching the stream have actually heard that.
Oh.
You know my attitude.
Yeah. Well, you generally take speed limits as advisory anyway.
Speed limits are the minimum you can drive at.
Oh, is that how that works?
Like I said, he takes them as advisory.
In the form of a Talos. A Talos large enough to reach out and take the volcano in its
The white one with a big black line through it is national speed limit.
Which is what, 70, 80?
As fast as you can get out of it, usually.
Most people consider it as what, 70, 75?
Well, the government sort of said 70.
To build such a golem would be an onerous undertaking indeed. Yet the principle seemeth sound in itself.
Boulder Dash! No one has ever made one even half that size. Leaving aside the small matter of logistics, which, by the way, would be no small matter, the design would be unimaginably complex.
Basically, the idea: build a golem, pull the mountain back down.
If it's only functions akin to the Rain Mountain, perhaps it needn't be. Solid base, firmly rooted to the ground, sacrifice mobility to simplify the construction, reducing materials required. Wait, what am I thinking? We would still need a veritable army of people to do the work. Left to the crew that helped down below, it would take decades, if not a nice round century.
Time we don't have.
So we need more hands. And what sort of things would these hands be required to do?
Let's see. First, we need people to procure the stone for the chassis. The rock found in the mountain would suit our purposes well enough. It would be a simple task to quarry the stuff, but given the stupendous quantity required, we would need all the help we can get.
So you want a giant
We have friends
Upper half
amongst
of
the
the
miners of
golem.
Armor Egg. I will go and petition their aid.
Maybe the top bit.
Yeah.
While you do that, I'll make for Maud Souk. I'm sure I'll be able to drum up some support.
Then I shall return to Calusia. From fishers to carpenters, Yulmore is home to all manner of talented folk. I dare say their skills will avail us.
Is there anything else you need?
Well, yes, actually. Magic. Lots of the stuff, as much as possible. To awaken a talus of this size would require an entire congregation of mages.
Many among the Knights Blessed are gifted in the arcane arts. I will recruit them
Yeah,
to
the
our
Knights
cause.
Blessed. Basically, the people Stoller was taking care of.
The Fey folk, too, possess surpassing aptitude in magics. Yet they are not wont to cooperate in the endeavors of men. Leastwise, not without making all manner of mischief.
Yes, but do you remember? I think it was on stream. The pixie that I befriended,
yes,
and bonded with, Theo Ul, took my place as Titania after we killed the Light Warden. Because if you kill Titania, one must take over the role.
Yeah.
And rather than me become a Fae and thus stop being interesting to Theo Ul, they took the place. All I've got to do is call upon them.
That being the case, I would instead call upon the people of the Crystarium, with thy permission, Exarch.
We are at your disposal, as are our Amaro and Chocobos.
I'm sorry. You mean to tell me you can call on not only the people of Yulmore and the Crystarium, but the Knights Blessed and the Maud, and even those miners?
Yes.
But that's
yes,
just
we
about
can.
everyone in Ballynorvrand. Who are you people? And how did you come to have so many friends?
We're the Warriors of Darkness. I am so tempted to say that.
Oh yeah, just fucking Sark. Sark, is that the right one?
Snark.
Snark.
Sarcasm.
Sark's a small island somewhere off the coast.
Saviors of the world? Are you being serious? Oh, gods, you are.
Yes, we are.
So, as you can see, you will not want for bodies. I trust you will have your design ready in good time for their arrival. Norvrant is counting on you, heir to Daedalus Stoneworks.
We'll be back as soon as we can, and we'll bring the whole world with us.
I could just talk to Theo Ul, ask them if they can.
I take
well,
it we
Titania, if they
will
can
assist
help.
Master Chai, though I am quite sure he has everything under control.
It's so much easier, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It's just about 4 hours.
She's gonna like idle for a minute so it gets exactly 4 hours.
Yeah, sort of. Cutscene bit where I've got to encourage him.
Just got to use some emotes or
No.
choose my options.
No. Gotta lift his spirits.
Ah.
so far the top options have been the ones.
Okay, so instead of just being unnecessarily, like, you know, just saying things for the sake of being nice,
I've got
make real points.
Yes. Oh no.
Then you're gonna make a point.
I've got to lift him from self-doubt.
Ah. He's got some good ears.
He's a Makote.
Exactly.
Ha! Surprisingly enough, yes. But I failed as many times as I passed, so that's a miracle.
Very high.
I'll teleport down to white.
Yeah. I do like that though. Speed limits was a minimum. That's just
Yeah.
what made me laugh at us.
Tells you exactly what kind of person he is.
That's a nice quote.
Notice he's actually part crystal.
Oh yeah, of course. It's not just armour.
Nope.
That can't be very comfortable.
But it doesn't look like he's got ears or tail. So how could he be Grahatir?
Clone body, alternate dimension.
He's obviously hiding the tail under the robe, and the cowl is somehow suppressing his ears.
Tape. You know more about dressing up, like, what's I'm looking for? Disguising your figure from the night.
It's just, obviously, from a design point of view, it's a unique model.
Is that the point you're getting at?
For him as a character, I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
All I know is they are one in the same.
Let's see this giant robot then.
We've got to get it built first.
That probably won't be done quickly.
No.
I imagine you have several quests to complete.
Quite likely.
It probably involves something to the tune of go and get this amount of stone, go and get some gears, go and get some chains.
Less fetch quest. We've got miners to do that.
Go fight some things that are trying to stop you from building the thing.
That one's more likely.
Right. You're building this thing, but oh no, enemies are attacking. Go and deal with them.
Huh. Actually, there's one up there. Let's see if I can reach it quickly. Well, relatively quickly.
It's how these sorts of games are, isn't it?
Yeah.
Quest
I mean, typically it's a lot of fetch quests.
Yeah.
Because that's a JRPG standard.
Like, quest 1, find a spade. 2 hours later, kill God.
Well, longer than 2 hours.
Next day after that, alternate dimension god that's got angry at you and absorbed some other gods, and now you've got to go and kill him. Oh wait, but he's not even the start of it.
Oh no, that's just the opening act of the first fight.
Yeah. Except for Odin's in this, and he's not even like an end game thing. He's just he just exists somewhere.
To be fair, one of his first appearances was as an optional, almost bonus boss in Final Fantasy III. With a high enough level job level thief, you could steal Gungnir from him.
Could you?
Yeah, and then you had to kill him. He's also a recurring summon.
So you could steal it in battle.
Yeah.
Could you equip it?
You couldn't equip it in battle, no.
I was thinking, kill him with his own spear. That'd just be.
You see the little moon down there?
Yes.
Right? Watch what happens when we leave the confines of this village.
I imagine it bugs off.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. You're in the sanctuary, so you've got the moon. So the moon, isn't it build up and charged and locked off or something?
Yeah. You see that?
Yeah.
That's how much bonus experience I can accumulate.
Okay.
If that bar is blue, you know, like it was when we logged on earlier, that means you've got enough bonus experience to actually see you to at least one level up.
Okay.
Let's.
Balance. Don't have any.
Obviously, let's switch to Arcanist.
Yeah.
See, it's blue.
Okay, I believe you.
That means we have enough to go through at least one level.
Okay. Should we do a normal sign off?
Yeah. I'd say it's earlier than normal, but it's still the other side of 6.
O'clock, so just after.
Yeah. So we've still had a good 4 hours.
Yep.
And it is Christmas Eve, so it's yeah. So tomorrow is Christmas. If you don't believe in Christmas, happy Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, whatever.
Happy whatever.
Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, etc.
Go get drunk, basically.
If you're old enough to drink it.
And if you're not, go nick some booze and go get drunk.
Don't do that. We do not condone underage drinking here.
Voice of reason, folks.
Exactly.
In all seriousness, happy Christmas. Or happy whatever.
Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, have a happy New Year.
Yeah.
Enjoy yourselves. Stay safe. As I mentioned to you before we started the stream, whilst we were waiting for the patch to install, we're going to go up to about episode 30 on YouTube.
Yeah.
Assuming we don't finish and we move on to other things for streaming by then.
Like 76 Cannibal Cult.
That'd be you.
I could do that as a solo.
Yeah. We're going. After that, we'll be moving to Twitch, but we'll record a video and put up a link and whatnot.
Yeah, I can edit that together for you.
Yeah. We'll put a link to the Twitch page when we're ready to transition over. Until then, it's a